and citizenship. So one of our requirements was attend a public meeting or meet a public official and discuss a little bit about what their role in the community is. And I think some of the kids have questions to propose. So I'll let Henry, you want to go first?
Sure.
Stand up.
What's your role in the community?
What's your name?
My name is Henry Grieber. What's your role in the community and what are you responsible for?
Okay, that's, the name of the meeting is Berlin Township Trustees Normal Meeting. We meet on a schedule which the trustees set up at the beginning of the year. Our schedule is on the second and fourth Monday of the month at 5:30 every month except for June and August. And those will only meet on the first Monday of the month, will not meet on the fourth Monday of the month. Trustees are defined by state law to be responsible for cemetery, roads, and ditches. The voters have voted in a fire department, which we have a fire department, and then all the equipment on there. They've also voted in zoning. Those are the things that we are directly responsible for. It's all defined by state law as to what we are responsible for. And there's certain sections of the Ohio Revised Code that define what we can do and what we can't do. And so that's what we're working with. Road-wise, we patch the potholes and we plow the snow, and with the ditches, we try to keep the water draining off of the road and not be on the road. Does that answer the question a little bit?
I can add a little piece to that too.
Sure.
So what Trustee Bullard mentioned are the things that were required of townships. The townships can also do some other things. So for example, if you see different trails and parks, townships can engage in those kinds of items. And you might see a number of houses being built up around here. Well, the township also, people can vote in zoning. And so some of the rules and regulations around that. And then we also do deal with garbage contracts. That's a fun part. And when it goes smoothly, you never think twice about it. But we've had an incident a number of years ago in which the contract didn't go well, and we call that the Great Trash Debacle of 2016. So we handle a lot of just the daily ins and outs of managing this township.
So as a township, we're not allowed to do certain things that cities can do. So the statute says what townships can do, what we may do, and if it's not what we can do or may do, it specifically says we can't do. So there's things that people would like us to be able to do. When there's water coming from a neighbor to their property, they always want us to deal with that. That's not under our purview, and we're not allowed to deal with that. It's a civil matter. Lots of people would like us to be able to deal with noise. Well, again, we're not a city, so we can't really do that. There's some limited things that we can do regarding noise, but it's so limited that people say, why bother? Another thing that people would like us to be able to do more comprehensively is if there's areas unmowed or unkept, we can, like once a year, mow it. But the legal process is such that sometimes the snow is blowing before we're allowed to mow it. So people get a little antsy with us, but the fact is we're a township and we can do what townships can do. So when it comes to zoning, we can do great on that. When it comes to fire, we can do great on that. Cemeteries, we can do great on that. Recreation, we can do if the voters approve that and the trustees do too.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Emily. What's the standard to be like a trustee or like a part of like kind of like a part of like to make the decisions, like what's the standard to?
So are you asking what are the requirements in order to be?
Yeah.
So you have to be 18 and you have to be a registered voter in the township.
You have to live here.
And that's the requirements. Then you have to go out and get the votes, and if they vote you in, you're in.
Alright.
Good question.
What issues in your community do you solve?
Good question.
What
What issues in the community do we solve? Well, I mentioned the trash, the garbage, so we did that. Also, we had a lot of snow, and we do snow plowing in the township, so we help clear the roads. Some roads are township roads, and some roads are not our roads, so all of the roads that are ours are nice and kept very clean and safe. What else do we solve for, Trustee Board?
Yeah. I need to expand just a little bit on the roads. The roads in Ohio are divided up by 3 different agencies. The state roads, which is like 36, 37, and 23 is a state road. So those are handled by Ohio Department of Transportation. Cheshire Road, Africa Road, Old State Road, Peachboro Road, those are all county roads. And those are all handled by the county as far as the snow plowing, salting, and paving, and doing all that work. The rest of the roads are pretty much township roads, and certainly within the developments of township roads. One of the things our guys do with our township and plowing the snow is they typically will start 1, 2, 3 in the morning so that they can have the roads plowed and salted. Plenty of time for the school buses to be able to get everybody to school. So we want everything to be in a safe venue at that point. What else do we have for questions? Or did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Does our township have a police department?
Pardon?
Can townships have police departments, and does our township have one?
This township does not have a police department. The township can have a police department, but it needs to be voted in by the residents. So we use the county sheriff as supplying that enforcement of all of the traffic and other laws in the state.
Good question.
Okay, and it's just like the taxes are collected at the county level, the prosecutor is at the county level. Those are all controlled at the county level by the county commissioners. Okay, more questions?
What's an issue that is of big impact to our community and it's, an issue that needs addressed? May or may not be within your roles and responsibilities to deal with, but just something that is an issue facing our community that that future leaders are going to need to solve.
Well, certainly, one of the things that I believe is going to be a big issue is the taxes. Taxes right now are very high in this school district, and most of the tax money goes to the school. It doesn't go to the county. The county gets some tax money, and so does the township. The preservation parks gets money, the fire department gets money, but those are all relatively small in relationship to what the school district gets. And the school gets its tax money from the property taxes, and if you go to other districts like Delaware, they get a significant amount of their funds from the state. This district doesn't get very much money from the state, so we pay it all with our taxes. And so we need to be careful as to how we do things in order to preserve the ability to be, let me put it that way. The other things that have, if you notice, this is a bedroom community. We supply people to work in Columbus or work in Delaware or work in one of the other locations. And so people sleep here, so they travel in, travel out every day. They do that. And so our roads need to be sufficient to be able to handle all of the traffic going in and out of the township. So we've got to put a lot of money into being able to have those roads be able to get us in and out. Fire department is funded by the township voters, and we supply trucks, and part of the things that we do is we control the heights of the building as an example, because we don't have large ladder trucks that will go up to higher in the buildings. We don't have water pressure that would support sprinkler systems for very tall buildings. So in the townships, you tend to see shorter buildings, which are laid flat out more so that the fire department can get at it for safety purposes and those reasons. But is this answering your question or?
I would say from my viewpoint, the continued assurance of the safety of the community is going to become increasingly important. So you look around right now and we have a lot of great homes and we have a lot of farmland, and within the next few years, all of that land is going to be accounted for. And what we're doing right now for zoning is trying to think through not just what's going to happen next year, but when those foundations get in the ground, it's going to define the identity of the whole community for many, many, many years. And so a lot of the work that we do in the zoning space and the planning, we aren't even going to see the results of it. It may be 20 years down the road, but we know that the growth is coming. And so when you have so many people moving in and so quick of a time, what do you need to do to keep the community safe? You need to have good sidewalks, good connectivity, good transportation, and good systems that they can run their daily lives and be happy as a family. A lot of those things, you don't realize how bad it can go until something bad happens. And so the fact that you guys have safe sidewalks, you guys have good public health here in Delaware County. We have a public health official here tonight. All those things matter, and when they go bad, that's when they get highlighted, but they need to go good, and we try to make certain that they go smooth and good all the time.
So you may see a thing that we're more concentrated, and that's because we divide up the workload. And I'm the fire liaison, Trustee Rail is the zoning liaison, and Trustee Bullard is the roads and cemetery liaison. So for the fire department, a couple of the issues that Trustee Bullard touched on that's important is the height of the buildings, and that's also controlled through zoning. So we're all integrated in what we're looking at. But with the Berlin Business Park, buildings can now be up to 60 feet. So when those buildings go in, we're going to need an aerial. So either
Airplane.
no, an aerial can either be a ladder so that people can climb up. Ladders can be up to 100 feet, well, like 103 feet. But realize a 103-foot ladder isn't going to go up 103 feet. It's going to be tilted over. And so you can't get to a 100-foot building because the fire truck has to be far enough away from the building so that it doesn't get engulfed in the flames. And also you got to get onto it. But aerials can also be more like a cherry picker, that type, or it could be basically I don't really know how to explain it, but water comes up and around through it. And as a board, we haven't decided what we're going to do because we don't have the buildings yet in planning stages. But when that happens, and it takes 2.5 years minimum to order a fire truck. So we ordered a fire truck almost 18 months ago, and we're hoping to get it within the next 6 to 12 months. So we have to do planning in advance. We have to have the financing for that in advance because the fire truck is a couple $1 million outfitted, and an aerial is going to be, it was 2.5 when we were talking about, but it's not going to be 2.5 anymore. So what zoning does really affects what fire does. The other thing the fire department does that people don't really realize is they go on rescues more than they do fires. So when you have an automobile accident, the firemen come and they have a purse tool or Gemini tool that can cut people out of a vehicle so they can get out safely. And Berlin is fairly unique, but in Delaware County, there's several that have reservoirs. And so we do a lot of water rescues. So that's something that people don't think about. And as the population in Columbus grows, more people use Allen Creek, and we have to go on more and more rescues. And it's beautiful to have that park here, but it pays no taxes. So all of our water rescue is unreimbursed. Our citizens have to pay to rescue people from faraway lands. And they aren't here, obviously, but they're not from here. And we don't really have businesses that support that those people who come and visit come. So that's a drain on our coffers that people don't really realize, but we are responsible and we take care of it.
Wear your life jackets. Yeah.
Are there any plans in place to prepare for the expected influx of people for the total solar eclipse?
EMA has, Delaware County is more taking the charge of that. And so there is plans being developed and everything from making sure that people are here at work so that they can work and not get bogged down in the traffic. And fire department is especially going to be involved in that, because involved in being prepared.
Yeah, I was supposed to get quite an influx, especially up here with the campgrounds. And I believe school is off that day for Olentangy, so that will be fun. Hopefully it will be a nice sunny day too, so we can all enjoy that. Good question. And you have to say
If I may add to
Yes.
that, if you go to the Delaware Public Health District's website, we have a whole bunch of information there where we have a lot of grant money going towards, making sure people have the right kinds of classes. So we've been working on this evidently since 2021, just for this one day, just for this eclipse, to make sure everyone's safe when they go to see it. So, sorry.
Oh, no, that's wonderful, and definitely make certain to look through at the right glasses on, right lensing.
Okay, more questions, or have we answered those questions that we've been asked? No more questions? Any more?
So who participates in this meeting from public side? Like, is it like people from your participate in this meeting, or is it like it's only for trustee? That you people meet and discuss, or are there going to be any public, meet and ask any questions on a regular basis?
We have 4 minutes of public comment usually per person. This was a special setup for the agenda because they reached out. And if there's something that we have in terms of getting on our schedule and, engaging, we're happy to do that. But usually it's 4 minutes for public comment and the board doesn't respond to any specific questions. Typically, we'll direct you to the right person if there's a question that is a zoning question, get you in contact with zoning, or, follow up outside of the meeting. Yeah.
Because it is an open meeting, which means that anybody can come, but it doesn't mean anybody can participate. It's really the 3 trustees that are meeting, and it's not really participatory, because when it comes to a zoning matter, we would never get done. And so one of the things that we do is treat everybody the same. So that means people don't participate, because you can't say you can participate, but you can't. So that's pretty much the way it is.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. More questions? An awful lot of people and not many questions.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you for having us, and knowing the attention span of 4. If there's a good stopping point, a good point halfway through where you can let us slip out without disrupting the meeting.
Well, you probably won't want to stay halfway through, because we tend to be here till midnight. So you probably, we're gonna go into executive session at 6:40, so you probably won't want to stay beyond that, but you certainly are welcome to.
That'd be
And
perfect.
you guys can leave whenever, just, see yourself out, you won't be distracting, so, yeah, but we are known, for our long meetings around here, and that's because, in open meeting, that's the only time that we can talk to each other. We can't speak to each other outside of the open meetings, and that's the way that we assure transparency and access to information in the government. We can't talk about township matters, that is, we can say, how are you doing? We have to do all the business in front of you guys. Or on Facebook, which we also live stream to as well. So, feel free to leave whenever.
And with an awful lot of the meetings, we've got, this is on the internet, so anybody wants to sit at home and watch it, they're more than welcome to, and I'm sure there's several people watching right now. So smile.
And the camera's behind you. And we know this right around bedtime, our viewer audience increases.
And we'll give you plenty of time to leave. We're not inviting you to leave, we're just saying we'll work with you on that situation. Okay?
Thank you.
But, does that answer kind of the questions, or what is your view of the township? Does anyone have a thought about this part of the government?
I think you guys do a great job snow removal. Like, cause I have friends that live in other subdivisions and they don't get plowed at all. They live in Delaware, city Delaware, and it's not far over. And like, yeah, it's a mess over there. So keep up the good snow plow. So.
Thank you, that means a lot.
Yeah.
And does it, everybody get the snow plowed okay? And, you'll notice, with the subdivisions going in, there's typically a, multi-use path in front of it. And it typically goes from one end to the other end of the subdivision and then it ends. So you could say that that's a path from nowhere to nowhere, but what we're trying to do is to connect those together. And so if we get that one in, then maybe the next piece of property, or maybe there's gonna be something where we have to do something to connect them together. And that's all takes time to put in place. It's not something where you got enough money to do anything you want to. So when you see paths, they may not be getting a lot of use right now, but in the long term, they will, when they get connected up. Just as an example, and the other thing that we do with the housing developments is we tend to try to put some green space on them so that we got parks. In the cities, they typically buy property and then build a park and do some things of that nature. We tend to try to get the development to do that and put that in place. And so we're trying to go with green space, and the people that live in that development own that green space. And it's, it's theirs to use the way they want to, but we're just trying to make it so that there's some parks available for people. So you can have a place to go play ball or whatever. Any more questions or comments?
Any public comments outside of the Boy Scouts, Scouts of America?
Under that.
Yeah.
Well, let me just one more thing. One of the things that we do a couple times a year is we put out a newsletter. Has anybody ever seen one? From the township, okay? And we try to put a lot of information in the newsletter. And when it comes around, take a little bit of time, read it, look through it, see what's there. Because there's a lot of things going on that we try to inform people about. Not everybody wants to come and sit in the meeting and listen to what we have to say, but we do try to put the important things in the newsletter and on the township website. Okay, that's it. Okay, we're going to move on from here to the next item on the agenda.
I'm Susan Road, I'm from the Delaware Public Health District, if I may. I have copies of the things I'll go over. There are two. There you are, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm in a fingers journal.
Do you have an extra copy or do you only have four?
I will give you, mine after I use it to speak from.
And you can pass this around to them.
Oh, very nice.
Pass it around.
Pass it around, okay, so, on the agenda, we are going to have, the Delaware Public Health, District Advisory Council. It's an annual meeting. It'll be held on March 21st. It'll be held at the new building on Sandusky Street. And then anyone interested in, attending that, you get RSVP. Directions are right down there at the bottom, phone number and email. And then the second one, we are offering, it's called Minimize Risk, Maximize Life. They're calling it a low-risk drinking course for adults. A little bit more about what it is. It's a 2-hour training that's designed to spark reflection and discussion about drinking habits. It's a program for adults of all ages who would like to learn about reducing the risk of problems related to their alcohol consumption for themselves or their loved ones. And again, this is going to be in March, and it's going to be located in Powell. And for those who do attend, you can earn a free $25 Walmart gift card by completing the course.
Wonderful. Anything else from the?
That is all.
So there's nothing, okay, do we have any other public comment? Okay, and that concludes the hearing. That concludes our session on public comments. I'd like to move on. I'd like for a motion to approve minutes for the 1/8 and 1/16 special meeting minutes.
Move to approve the 1/8 meeting minutes and the 1/16 special meeting minutes and dispense with the reading.
Second?
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Randall.
Yes.
Fire department.
We have an interview set for 7:30, and that's all that's set for fire department.
The assistant fire chief. interview.
Is that all you got for fire department?
Yes, there are no requisitions. This
Okay.
meeting, there will be at the next meeting.
Okay. Road department, we don't have any requisitions, and, the guys have been, the salt supply is adequate, and the trucks are working just fine. One of the things that we do have is a couple of, applications for, and it's from people that, one of which is, have worked for us before, part-time snowplow drivers. I'd like to approve both of these, or recommend that we approve both of these.
Okay, so especially for the one that has been used before, you might remind them that we have the no smoking policy. That's.
Yeah, it's, we've got to go through we've got to get the driving record and that sort of stuff before we move forward on it, but these would, it's Dan Takeoff and Austin Takeoff.
Okay, so are you asking us to hire them tonight, or are you asking for conditional employment of them, or are you asking just in general?
I would like for it to be conditional employment, and once they get that approved, if we can do that in a week, then we've got them available to use for plowing snow.
And
Because they're all they're very familiar with the roads, very familiar with driving, all that sort of stuff.
and at the rate that we have in our organizational.
Yeah, just need rate and start date anticipated, right? Do you have those items, rate and start date?
No, they're right in front of me, no, not the pay rate. You typically pay them more because they're part-time and there's no insurance, no benefits, no nothing.
Right, but I think we have a rate for that, don't we?
Right.
Do you?
Are they CDL or non-CDL?
These are both CDL. just make sure.
That one is awesome.
This one's a type D, and that one. It's a class A.
Are they interested in joining our staff in any other capacity?
No, what it is they typically drive trucks for someone, and at this time of the year, they're not very busy. This gives them a chance to earn a little bit of money and keep busy and to help us out. So it's, with that, I'd like to make a motion that we originally hire Dan Takeoff and Austin Takeoff to the position of part-time snowplow driver.
At the pay rate of,
The
With-
CDL casual labor is 2643, the non-CDL is 2078.
And this one, I believe, is not a CDL. That's what they were both CDLs, and one is not.
So,
So-
do you want to make that as two motions, or
yeah,
shall we do that as two motions instead of one?
Yeah, we've got an extra two trucks that can be driven without CDL.
But we
Do you
have two
wanna-
different pay rates, so.
yeah, do you wanna withdraw the motion that you have right now and then do it one for each, since they'll have two different pay rates?
Okay,
And then it was 2043 for
26.
2078 for non,
27,
2648 for.
2648.
okay, with that, I make a motion that we hire Dan Takeoff at 2648, provisionally based upon approval of his, checking out his driving record and just a general check of his,
And completion of the paperwork.
completion of his paperwork
For the position of,
for the position of part-time snowplow driver.
Second,
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
yes.
Rail,
yes.
And with Austin Takeoff, I'd like to make the motion that we hire him as a non-CDL, because I believe type B is what we are, drivers. And at the rate of 2078 per hour, provisionally, based upon his approval of all his paperwork. So moved.
Second,
Just one point for discussion, it was non-CDO, what is it, seasonal worker, for the title?
it's a truck
And if
driver,
I'm-
non
if I'm-
CDL.
If I'm wrong on the CDL, I'll bring it back at the next meeting, but I believe that this is, that's not a CDL. Discussion, further? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes. And with that, that's all I've got on roads. We've got a late item that I'll bring up later. Next item is cemetery rules update. I don't have anything in writing, but I have it in my head, the things that I want to put in the cemetery rules update for the Evergreen Cemetery. And basically, everything can be covered as a transfer. And what we would do with the transfers and how we would handle the transfers. So I'll put that in the cemetery rules update for transfers of those. One of the things that will come up is, and I want to make sure that I understand the board's position on it, is the mausoleum. There may be spaces that were sold in the mausoleum, which does not exist. There were bought Blue Sky, that's what they still own, Blue Sky. We want to try to do anything to transfer from a mausoleum grave to a regular grave space, or do we want to just say, sorry, there isn't anything? And no plans for further expansion or rebuilding or building a mausoleum.
And this is if we can verify that they have paid for that space,
Mhm.
so we can verify it. Okay,
Yeah, I'm assuming that they can verify.
Okay, so
Well, we
it's in
can't
there.
verify it because
Right.
our records aren't cleared up on it.
Right. Well, I would think that it would fit within our transfer policy. Because it's not a sale of a lot, it's just moving them to a different location if we can confirm that we have availability.
Mhm.
What do you think?
I'm not sure about that, but if we go that way, I do think that it's important that we say that it's at a location that we choose.
Yeah, the location that we choose and an area that we choose and all that kind of stuff.
And the problem with the way the court gave us that cemetery is we don't know where people own. And so they may come in later with a deed for an area that we put these people in. That's,
this is area at best.
We don't know what we own, but we can still use our records to see what we show us open right now. Which we now have that all sorted out.
So do you have an idea about how many people?
There may be none, there may be some numbers. At this point, we don't have any records saying that there's any. But there was a mausoleum at one point. And I know that the mausoleum got into disrepair and removed, and the bodies that were in that were taken out and buried, and we don't know where they're buried, and we don't know who's buried in those spaces.
What is your recommendation?
That we try to find a space that would be available and do the best due diligence we can to look to see what's there. And check the probate registration to make sure there isn't somebody there that we don't think there's anybody there. But there's a lot of work that has to be done in order to do that, let me put it that way. To give them a grave space, but those people paid a premium, would have paid a premium for those spaces, and technically, I think we could say, we're sorry, it isn't there. You know, the thing that you bought does not exist. I just want to be clear on which way the board wants to go.
Well, I don't want an open-ended liability. So if we said, and I also don't want to pick and choose who gets it, but if we said this policy is for the first 10 people, then at least we know what our liability is. We're not picking and choosing the winners and losers,
Right.
but we're also not setting us up to an unlimited liability. And 10 was just out of thin air.
Well, yeah, but we end up in kind of winners and losers in a very uncomfortable criteria.
So, I mean, I've got the liability issue that you have to address to get me comfortable. So I agree with you. But that doesn't solve my concern about unlimited liability.
If this isn't a decision that we're going to do it, what it is I'm just looking for the decision to work with the prosecutor, to work with people to try to put some rules together that
Well,
make sense.
and I think
All
it's
that.
important.
That's what we want to do.
I think it's important to get the rules ahead of the situation.
Yeah,
Because the last thing we want to do is somebody who wants to be buried and we say, oh, we don't know what we're doing. That's the worst.
That's right.
I agree with you on that. Let's tease out this liability issue. I want to be consistent.
Yes.
For everyone, not knowing how many people that is, that's problematic, but I also don't think any number really is going to be sufficient to say, you know, hey, we gave 10 people this, 2 people this, 20 people this, but we're not going to give it to you. And that just doesn't hit
I
right.
understand.
But can we find out how many people? Can we?
Well, but there are no records, so
Yeah.
they have to produce it, and that will be.
But how many people does it even hold in general?
It would have probably held 50,
15.
But that's problematic because they sold the same trade more than once.
That's good.
I mean, we don't know where we're at on it, but what I'll do is I will try to work with the prosecutor, try to work with Tim, we'll try to figure out something where we would compensate those people by trading them a dirt grade or a mausoleum.
I wouldn't call it
I don't call
compensation,
it compensate.
But basically, it's a trade.
Transfer.
a transfer. That's,
Oh,
you know the magic word to get me to vote for.
It's a transfer of ownership from there to there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
transfer.
I'm not looking to compensate them, but what I'm having
Yeah, I
is to try to, make it a little bit more reasonable.
I mean, the guiding principle for this cemetery has to be in some way the fairness and consistency, and that's what's been guiding
Mhm.
us from the beginning. And that's why we ended up not selling lots, but we can only do so much with what we've been handed to. So, do we know how many spaces that we show in our records are open even within Evergreen? Okay. But we do have areas that we have no record on that appear to be available.
That's correct.
Yeah,
And
from our,
what we can do is
digital scan.
look at the specific areas and that sort of stuff.
Right, okay,
You know, and the decision as to which grade to use, and that has to be at the sexton's approval with working with liaison.
yeah, I'd like to get the prosecutor's feedback on that too, in terms of the liability issue. And one of the issues could be, if we don't honor and they do produce records, could they not take us to court?
I don't think they'd be successful, but
Yeah,
that is a question to be asked.
it's a question to be asked.
Sure. Same question for the two high crypts. Okay.
Well,
Exist.
yeah,
And
see-
what my feeling on the two high crypts are, if there's a two high crypt there, we use the two high crypt. It's, you can't buy parts for it, but there is a way to be able to stack the bodies in the two high crypt, and we can work that through. If the two high crypt is there, if the two high crypt isn't there, then technically what they have is one grave space with the plan to put two people in it, and we don't have a way to do that. So what I was thinking of there is either a transfer from that grave space to two grave spaces or something along that line. But
I actually would agree with that.
Yeah, I do too.
But if the two high crypt exists,
Mhm.
it gets used, and if there's somebody in it, another body gets added to it. So
Mhm.
Understood.
Okay. And for everybody's just general knowledge, the court transferred the ownership of Fairview Cemetery just south of Peachville there on 23 from private ownership to the township. The cemetery went basically bankrupt. There was a bunch of fraud. People that owned it are in prison. It's a big, long story, but we didn't get records of who owns the graves, and nor did we get good records of who's buried where. So we're operating from very little information and doing the best job we can with it, trying to manage it. So,
And that's one of those shalls in the law. Cemetery is not optional. The court gives it, and we have to receive it. That's just the way it is. And the township is liable for taking care of it. And we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on
we're over $100,000 now.
it, and we're nowhere near where we need to be on it. But I really appreciate you working hard on that, because I know that's a thankless job.
Yes, thank you,
It's
thank
just
you
one of those
for
things we have to
moving along.
try to work our way through and try to work with people that are there. And it's not that we want to, or that we're trying to appear, or that we're being non-caring in the situation. It's that we're doing the best job we can, that we can do it for everybody the same way. It's a very difficult thing to do. Anyhow, that was just for your information. That's where we're at. I'll try to get something I'll give you an update at the next meeting, or at the meeting a month from now. It'll be the second meeting in February. Fiscal officer item.
I did have payments today and I just gave Ken the list.
So I move that we approve payment numbers 32146 through 32156 for an amount of $29,626.96.
Second. Discussion or questions? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Okay. Any other fiscal officer items?
Nope.
Can I speak?
What's that?
I said, can I speak? Sure. Can we get together sometime to start working on a transition plan? How do we do that?
I'm here during the day on usually Mondays and Thursdays.
Just call the office Monday through Thursday?
Yeah.
I will do that, thank you, ma'am.
I'll let you two work it out.
Yep.
Yeah, because all I can do is confuse it. Get in the middle of it and be a problem. Trustee items?
I have a late item.
I've got a trustee late item too. Take care of it then. Zoning department.
Yes, zoning department, there were two items to address. I'll address the one listed on the agenda second first. Zoning inspector Jacob Bond has submitted his resignation. You should have seen his resignation letter. Move to accept the resignation of Jacob Bond as zoning inspector effective February 1st, 2024, and declare the position vacant and post for the job after that date time certain.
Second.
For after.
For after, yeah.
Second. Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
And on the regional planning dues,
You all may have seen the letter that Concord had produced. Did you? Did you guys receive a letter from Concord at all?
That's not what this is about.
Oh, well, it kind of is. But did you guys see the letter from Concord fiscal officer as to what actions have been taken? So this is in respect to the invoice and membership dues of Delaware County Regional Planning Commission. Concord has produced a letter for Delaware County Regional Planning, and it appears that paying the membership dues may be optional for townships in terms of if they feel that they are getting their value and money worth out of regional planning. So Concord has opened an inquiry into this matter and in fact has produced a letter to the Delaware County Regional Planning Commission to ensure that if they are paying membership fees into DCRPC, that their township perspective is being adequately represented by Delaware County Regional Planning. And Genoa Township has also opened the same line of inquiry with respect to membership dues, indicating that if they're not getting the value out of Delaware County Regional Planning or feel that they are representing the township's perspective in this endeavor, that they really question why they should be paying membership dues. And I don't know what the board's take on this is, but we have a couple options available that we could consider. One, we could endorse as a sort of co-letter of support the fact that townships need to have adequate representation at Delaware County Regional Planning, and pay our dues. We could explore what actions we could take if we don't feel we're getting the value out of Delaware County Regional Planning and do not want to pay the dues. And see if maybe they could work with us on a contractual basis, project by project, as opposed to a membership basis. Or we can do nothing, we can just pay the dues. But the two matters are tied together.
The recommendation of the information that I was given said that, if I read it right, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how to read some of that sort of stuff. The, regional planning has given us recommendations in the past that aren't really covered by the Ohio Revised Code list of recommendations that they're allowed to, send out. They're either approve or disapprove, or, disapprove for certain restrictions, but what they've been doing is, making a conditional approval based on having done something else, and that's not part of the way that the state law says they should be doing it. I think what we're asking for, or what they were being asked to do, was to follow what the Ohio Revised Code said.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That was the way I read it.
Yeah, and that was my interpretation as well.
So, having chaired Delaware County Regional Planning
Yes.
Commission, I would be in opposition to not paying. I think it's a dangerous situation to put us in, because Delaware County Regional Planning actually, I feel, protects the township. Now, having said that, I also have some major concerns with some of the recommendations that have come out of there, because it doesn't really follow our zoning code. And then people get confused as to why we act the way we do when all we're doing is enforcing our zoning resolution. So I would be in favor of the first of the three options, which was to join with the other townships to express our concerns and to ask for changes. But I would not withhold the dues. I think that's dangerous, and I think that we could destroy the organization that protects us. But we need them to protect us better.
Got it. Is that a
I
consensus?
agree, and I would take it even a little bit further. Do we even have the option of not paying?
Yes, but it's not, the consequences of not paying is more than just. The answer is yes, but I wouldn't go there.
No, I tend to agree. The thing that, what we're trying to do is use the payment as a hammer to get them to improve the.
Yes, but I think maybe next year we could go that route, but I just wouldn't do that out of thin air. I just don't think it'll work.
I'm inclined to the first option, myself, paying the fees. Our fees for this year are $5,693, right? Is that, okay. And, you know, they have worked very diligently on our zoning resolution, which we are currently revising. They do help out, pretty routinely with zoning issues that come up. And I will say, to their credit, as of late, and based on the conversation that I had with Mr. Scott Sanders, I think it was 2 years ago almost now, we said if we update and we go through the process of updating the comprehensive land use plan, are you going to use it as a reference when applications come through? And he indicated he would, and he did. To their credit, in the recent application, they stated what the comprehensive land use plan was, and therefore made their recommendations based on that. Now, that's one example of it going the right way, and there's many counter examples of it not going that way. So I think us joining in some way in township for letter of support makes a lot of sense, and also us paying our membership dues makes a lot of sense.
And I think it's important to have them really make their recommendations based on the comprehensive land use plans of the various townships and what's stated in the statute. Because I will tell you that I have been the lone wolf in opposition to some of the things that the staff has presented. And I got outvoted I was the only one that voted in opposition to it. And it was simply because they weren't enforcing what I felt they should be enforcing.
Right, right.
And when it comes down to it, each township sets their own comprehensive land use plan. And if that township wants to change things, all they have to do is change their comprehensive land use plan.
Right. So, we have consensus of support for the letter. Should we, make a motion in any regard in this matter, or just move forward with consensus and I can talk with Concord about next
Well-
steps?
I haven't seen the two letters, but I would, in principle, be in support of that. I don't know that we have even asked regional planning to make the changes that we're talking about. And taking the payment and dragging that out as, you've got to beat you with it, not paying you if you don't do something. I think it would be better to take the more
Judicious.
the point of telling them what our concerns are, make the payment, and then give them a chance to do it. If they don't do it, then let's do what we can do.
Okay.
But I hate to put everything, all our tools on the table before we get it.
I agree.
And I've only seen one of the letters. And so what I would recommend, since you're zoning liaison.
Yeah, I've only seen one letter. Was there 2 letters?
Well, I thought you indicated Genoa as well.
Genoa has raised the question.
I see. So, I would suggest, since you're zoning, liaison, that you author a letter and let us review it and then approve it at the next meeting if we approve it. But I think we should go ahead and authorize payment for this tonight.
All agreed.
I thought we authorized that at our.
We didn't have the
We
dollar
didn't
amount.
have it.
Didn't have a dollar amount. Okay.
They were a little slow.
Move to appropriate $5,693 to Delaware County Regional Planning Commission for the purpose of membership fees.
Second.
Discussion? All roll, please.
Graham,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
And then I will take an action item to write a letter that will probably say something very basic to the effect of Berlin Township Board of Trustees supports the letter sent to the Delaware County Regional Planning Commission on January 10th. And join us in that letter. So please review that letter because that letter is very articulate, clearly written by a lawyer. Clearly references the Ohio Revised Code, and if you guys agree with that letter, I'd just as soon tag along.
Did they threaten not withholding payment in that one? That would be the part that I would not be in agreement on.
I don't believe that they, let's see. No,
Okay, so let me review it again. It may be fine if it doesn't threaten that.
yeah. They do request a multi-jurisdictional meeting be considered involving all townships who wish to participate in defining what an ultimate policy standard should be with respect to the commission's required reviews. We would request this meeting take place before the end of February 2024. And so that is the request from this letter.
So what I was a little unclear about, because they could do that in a meeting, is it trustees rather than the representatives to the zoning commission
Yes,
that they're anticipating, and it would be one trustee from each, so that it would not be an official meeting?
I imagine that would be there.
Understood.
This is Concord's actions only, so if you want, I can write our own letter and take the chunks
I think that would be,
okay.
I
So I'll
would
take the
that.
chunks, but I will say I'm quoting from the
Yes.
Concord letter,
Yes.
lest we be accused of plagiarism. So,
I'd like to ask a question. When is that payment due?
I gave it to you, I don't know what it says. It's got, I don't know that it even has a due date on it.
It used to
It
be,
says, any member who has not met their financial obligation by the 15th of April of every calendar year,
they lose their vote, don't they?
they lose their vote. So
We've
April
got
15th
time
deadline.
to write the letter, get the
Yeah.
letter together, and put the two.
Well, it's not gonna change our fee,
It's not gonna change big.
but we have time before,
I like to pay and get it done.
yeah,
So go ahead and pay this next time.
Yes.
I don't wanna miss that due date, but I do wanna get the letter.
Well, and there used to be, when they were financially in good shape, a discount for people who paid early, but that was only like a couple years that they did that.
Mhm.
Because they had money.
Mhm.
The other thing to consider is that the commissioners sometimes, the county commissioners sometimes feel that they have a great deal of influence over the zoning commission. And the reason that they may is they pay about half of the dues. And so my experience has been that you have to realize that they are somewhat in a bind because they don't want to torque off the commissioners. So that's just something to realize. Now, what we can do in constructing these letters is make it so that they can go to the commissioners and say, hey, we're just enforcing what the city law says.
But that used to be true when there wasn't a whole lot of people living in the south part of the county, because it was pretty much people on the county zoning commission is a significant part of the acreage, but not the population now.
Right.
So maybe quite different, and the rate, I believe, is on population, not on acreage.
It is based on population, and, but remember that the cities don't have to join.
Mhm.
Oddly, the most participatory city in Delaware County Regional Planning is Dublin. Delaware has withdrawn, and I think Sunbury withdrew, didn't they?
yes, villages are still represented well too.
So that's unfortunate because they don't participate in it, and then they really don't hear the perspective of the whole county. So that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't want to withdraw from it, that's not.
Well, it's also very expensive because then you have to pay for all of that yourself. So,
Mhm.
so the city of Delaware and the city of Sunbury have to basically create their own
Mhm.
regional planning.
The only other item for zoning
We didn't
is,
vote on that one.
was that,
We didn't vote on that one.
was that discussion
Yes.
for the membership? Okay. Should I call a vote, Mr. Chair?
No, I thought we voted.
Got a first and a second, but we didn't vote.
Call the vote.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. The only other item is the Berlin Business Park. I had participated in a quarterly meeting, I think it's going to be quarterly, with the county and a number of other members from the Berlin Business Park. And the utilities are not there. There's a pretty significant issue with the electric. And apparently, apparently we need to get these things addressed for it to be really a viable site for a number of different prospects.
So when you're saying the electric issue, it's not really the availability of electric, it needs to be stepped down to the substation.
Needs to be stepped up. They are looking to improve, I think they're going to improve the substation right down the road on the Old State. And, yeah, and I didn't really catch what all they were planning to do, but we also, we don't have sewer in, we don't have water in, we don't have a number of critical infrastructure things, in fact, and I shared this with my colleagues at the meeting, the zoning has been in place for a number of years. And so, I did ask, for feedback related to zoning and codes, mentioned we were going through zoning resolution. And we have a couple codes that they gave us, but I am going to forward to the board and the fiscal officer an email that I received just today from the economic development coordinator, the new coordinator. And what he did was he scanned the Intel site in Phoenix, Arizona, and he looked within our mileage radius where the business park is as to what new businesses came through in that proximity to Intel to give us a sense of use codes and those kinds of things. So I'm going to forward that, and there's no action to take on it, but I want us to think through and be intentional about consideration for use codes when we update the zoning resolution. And that will probably come through in March, April.
So that's really soon.
Yeah, that's very soon. So the zoning resolution will be heard for the first time by the BZC tomorrow. I just cursory reviewed it, definitely systemic changes to the process, definitely cleaning up the language. The Briggs attorney has reviewed it and will be sharing recommendations, so.
So are they confident there's no conflicts within the document?
I can ask that question.
Yeah, please do.
I will say that question will be asked, how about that?
Okay, but this is a side issue.
Yeah.
You were talking about official. I was told, not in writing, not something official, but I've been told that some of the developers were looking to develop east of Sunbury. And that new big humongous station, and so that humongous station wouldn't be able to provide power for more development because the power has been dedicated to Intel. So that station is not available for, it doesn't mean it can't be expanded.
Well,
But right now, it's kind of putting a hold on development in that area just because of availability of electricity.
because my understanding was, when I was county commissioner, was that plant was built with the mindset that it would be expanded.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm just saying that right now, I think it's maybe actually the supply of electricity may be a problem. Not only that the substation.
I think there was something reference to that, and I'm a little bit out of my depth when they go through some of the specifics for what needs to be done.
So when AEP had a deficit before, was when Kroger's and the shopping mall that has Myerson was built, and they allowed Consolidated to electrify that.
Mhm.
And there is a line that 750, I don't know what and I don't really know how much that really is, goes down Swing Road. So,
I think Consolidated,
but that's not their
Yeah.
territory.
exactly. Yeah, I think they've engaged in some discussions at those meetings, APs there, Suburban Gas, and the gas is great, but a lot of the other stuff, like I mentioned, the sewer, the water, the electric, it's just not shovel ready.
Right. But
That's
the electric, in my opinion, of course, nobody cares about my opinion now in this regard.
You get a vote.
Not in this regard, is that since they allow Kroger's to be electrified by Consolidated, they gotta allow certain areas that's in the AEP territory to be electrified if they don't have the capacity to do it. But like I said, that is out of my purview.
But that's just the update. And you all are well aware that, the county's been actually a very great partner in talking through this stuff. I enjoy talking to Monica, Connors, and they're well on their way. It's just how it is right now, so, plans are in place, things are in place, and it really kind of depends on, probably what wants to come in too, in terms of what they can handle, so.
And the water issue is mainly the tower not being there.
Yeah,
Oh, can I talk about water for just a second?
sure.
So-
Oh, they did have a question for you.
Yeah, and I told them no. And that's what I wanted to tell you, is that they had, sent a map to the chief to get his approval, and, well, chief said, oh, I don't see a problem. So then but he referred them to me. They want to take a line down, the back of our property and cut across, and what that would do is make it so, we really couldn't build a new township.
Oh, where the green, oh, okay.
It wasn't in front of the property. It was in the back.
I see, okay. So that was not clear.
And
Right by the salt barn, that sort of thing.
so it was gonna go down the back of the salt barn, and then it didn't go all the way to the end of the property, and so it cut catty corner. So it would take, we wouldn't be able to build it up.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Well,
That's not what he did, that's not what, the Delco representative described though, so I'll go back and clarify.
I have a map of it.
That's not fire department property there, right?
I know.
All right,
But that's not a question for the fire.
I know. But they went to somebody that they could give a yes on.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure he said yes. He said, oh, the fire chief doesn't see a problem with it. Is it okay with you too? I said, no. Actually, what I said was, I don't think the board would be interested in it.
well, did you tell him why though?
No.
Okay, so I'll just explain why.
Because,
Sure they-
because then they'll want to do that. But you know, it goes back to this 10 feet on this side, 10 feet. So you're taking major acreage away from the township.
Right.
And they're not gonna want to pay the value of that. But regardless, why would we make it so we can't build on it?
Yeah, I mean, that's,
It's not that I'm seeking money. That's why I said no. And I didn't want to get into bargaining with them because I'm really not interested. Because we barely have enough there. We have enough to put a township hall there, but we don't really want to, there's not
it's
really.
gonna be tight.
I don't want to have to build a multi-story town hall.
No.
I mean, the only way to get there is to stack it. Okay, we want to make it a one level and avoid elevators and stairways and all that sort of stuff.
Because ADA on that, compliance on that is, and then you have to do training for getting people down from the second, because I'm not interested at all in this two-story.
Me neither, but I am interested in, it being bigger in terms of, one story, but with like a. you can kind of see-
Architecturally,
Yeah.
I could see that in you.
Brick around, I kind of have a vision in my mind and like, maybe take some.
I have a vision too, it might not be the same one.
Might not be too far, might not be too far.
Okay.
We always start much further.
We do, and then sometimes.
So we get done with zoning.
All good for zoning, thank you.
It's now, according to my watch, 6:47. We have a time certain for 6:40 regarding pending litigation. Everybody here, I think so.
So can I make a recommendation that we go into executive session for pending and imminent litigation, but including the two attorneys here, but also including Chris Reinhardt, because we'll go directly into that item. And then while we're in executive session, we might as well handle personnel issues as well, which will then take us into the interview at 7:30.
That covers all three of them, right? Okay.
Do we need to do anything related to collective bargaining tonight as well in executive session?
I would like to say I have great news on that, but it's just being delayed.
Okay.
We're talking perhaps as late as April.
I'm assuming you're meeting 2024.
Well, I thought we would we started negotiations in April of 2023, but that didn't really happen until almost June.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very government paced.
I mean, it's been extremely slow, and I know we were planning on being done last year, but and assuming we'd be done this year. Whatever, okay.
We will be, because if either side pushed it, there is a 30-day limit. And yeah, that's just what it is.
Okay.
So I think it's G1, G3, isn't it?
Yeah. Just get it on my phone, these two. Yes. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Before we do that, because Chris Reinhardt's going to be here, a question that I had for the board that would not be appropriate for executive session has to do with TIFs. I had a conversation with the county auditor, and he indicated that there was a step that we need to do next in regards to a TIF, and that is to make application, which I don't believe we've done. We've done all the steps to create the TIF, but to actually collect on the TIF, we need to make an application. And so I think you made an inquiry to the auditor's office, and they said, oh, there's no TIF on this. Well, that's because we haven't made the application. So I wondered if we wanted to consider authorizing Chris Reinhardt to make those applications.
Does he know how to? I mean,
I don't know the answer to that.
because I would just as soon have Allbers and Allbers actually do it, because they're very intimately familiar with the area.
I just think it needs done. I don't really care. I don't have a preference.
Okay, would you want Chris Reinhardt to do it, or would you want
Yes,
Allbers?
but I thought we did that and included that because he did some work for us on TIF before. And
Right.
I thought we applied to the school and that sort of thing.
We did that,
Okay.
but now we need to do it at the auditor's office, I believe.
Okay, so we got another application to do.
Yeah, Chris did the TIF for the township, but Allbers and Allbers is the one that's the most familiar specifically with that parcel that we're talking about.
Well,
And-
but it's
and
all
sentence.
the parcels, I think, perhaps that we need to have done.
Right.
And
So Chris could do that, but here's what I don't wanna have happen. I don't wanna have happen what is happening right now. And I don't like that, where we think that we've done everything. And then, oh, but you guys forgot this step. We didn't forget this step. We weren't advised, and we need to be advised
understood,
on the steps.
totally agree.
So if we hire somebody to do the things that we say to do, and then later, 2 years down the road, we find out, oh, but there was this other step that didn't happen. I don't want that to happen again. So I'm fine with having Chris do it or Allbers and Allbers do it, but I want it done, fully executed.
Totally agree.
I reach out to state, I reach out to auditors. I'm not surprised by the answer, that they don't know anything about it.
So perhaps we should authorize you to take care of this.
Okay, well, do we want to allocate money to Chris then to do it, or to Reinhardt Legal Services? Or
Since you're gonna be in charge of it, I would go with your recommendation.
okay, would you prefer Reinhardt Legal Services or Allbers?
Reinhardt.
Okay, we'll do that. How much have we appropriated to them already?
Well, this would be for a different purpose. So we need money allocated for a different purpose. And it needs to be specific to TIFs so that it can be reimbursed out of TIFs.
Mm-hmm. I don't see that taking a lot of time, but I also don't know if there's other steps that we need to talk through to get taken care of. So I'll just start with 2,000. Move to appropriate $2,000 for Reinhardt Legal Services for the specific purpose of working on TIF related activities and authorize trustee Rail to execute, all documents and work directly with Mr. Reinhardt.
Second,
Is $2,000 enough?
I think it is for this particular
It
activity.
should be, it should be. And if it's not, then I'm gonna have to have a talk with Mr. Reinhardt.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I just walked in, so I don't even know what I just got myself
I'm
into.
just asking, okay.
Okay.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay, now do I make a motion?
Yes. Now my phone, okay. Move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121-22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, and compensation of appointed official, and also, for the purposes of G3, conferences with an attorney, the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action with the participants of the current fiscal officer, the current board of trustees, Mr. Stucco, Mr. Fowler, and Mr. Reinhardt,
And Captain Carr.
and then Captain Carr as well.
Is that everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Second? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have you guys first, and then we'll come out and get you, Chris.
Sarah Township,
Like to make a motion? When we return to regular session from executive session, so moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes?
Rail,
Yes. Fuller.
Yes. Okay, we had an executive session and several items were discussed, no decisions were made and no actions were taken. But as a follow-up, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I think we have a couple issues that we did want to follow up on this time. Trustee O'Brien, did you want to start?
Sure. There is a case regarding the temple. So in the matter of a resolution to approve prosecutors in the county crimes in the temple case, I move to authorize the county prosecutor's office to file counterclaims in case number 24 CVH 010040 in the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes?
Thank you. And I had two items that have come up. One being, as we mentioned this evening, the zoning inspector did resign, and we accepted Jacob Bond's resignation letter effective February 1st at 5 p.m. Based on the vacancy of that position and the timing of some of the different zoning matters, I think it's important that we have continuity within the zoning position, and would like to move to appoint Jerry Valentine as interim zoning inspector, serving in the position temporarily until we post and find a permanent zoning inspector with the same rate of pay as our current zoning inspector position, which is a pay of $25.24 per hour, up to 30 hours per week, effective February 1st at 5:01 p.m.
Until?
We will go for 30 days initially, and I'll bring before the board if we want to renew.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then with the moving to another matter, we do have the ongoing litigation, which we have shared with the public related to the cell tower that is on the Olentangy School property for Berlin Middle School. We had an appeal that we filed with the Sixth Circuit, and we're glad to see that the agreed upon stay was upheld for the time being, the injunction. And then also, we had another lawsuit related to an Open Public Meetings Act that the filer voluntarily withdrew without prejudice at this time. And then we also have another matter to take up related to some of the state court order from November 29th, 2022. So I move to appropriate $5,000 to Reinhardt Legal Services related to the investigation and/or enforcement of the state court order from November 29, 2022 judgment entry, and authorize Trustee Rail to serve as the liaison in that matter.
Second. Call the roll, please.
Ford,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. I think, there's, I think there's some other things that, related to personnel that we may want to address at the next meeting.
If we could have that on the agenda.
If we could keep the assistant fire chief on the agenda for next meeting. And I think that pretty much concludes what we need to do for
Okay.
those matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything? Good? Okay.
Thank you.
Going back to our agenda, Cheshire Road widening.
Okay, so I've been in contact with the prosecutor's office in regards to the widening easement and the fiber. And as you may recall, there's really 3 agreements involved in that. One is with Delco, one is with the county in regards to the widening of the road and procuring some of our land or rights to our land in front of the township hall, and the ability for us to lay a fiber line between the township hall and the fire station. And lastly, an agreement with the county in regards to the service that they would provide to the county, to the township for IT services. And in order for them to be willing to do that, of course, we have to have the fiber hookup, because the servers have to be secure and not over commercial lines. So I did get a call from Steve Lewis today, and a question that he had, and I didn't really have an answer, but they're going ahead with writing it with the idea that it will be per item cost. But he wanted to know how many, and you may know the answer to this or may not, how many servers do we have and how many virtual servers we have?
I don't have the exact number. So we can check with IT Made Real.
Okay. And the other one is our phone lines go through the internet, correct?
Yes.
And so we need to know how many lines are involved, because there's a cost associated with that. And I think it's actually going to be more expensive at the fire station because they have more.
It could be an individual who has these questions come to the fire department and township hall to ascertain that information themselves.
They could. But in order to not delay the agreement, it's going to be a per. So if there's so many lines, this is what it's going to cost. If there's so many servers, this is what it's going to cost. And it's not going to be determined, but we need to determine that so the fiscal officer can do a certificate of available funds.
Phone lines, can we keep our phone numbers?
I don't know the answer to that. I'll find out, but I think so. I think so.
It really would be better to know, so.
Yes, and that I can find out.
I mean, that's a fair question. The other thing that I was thinking of on this whole thing is, we're going to a lot of expense and a lot of work and a lot of stuff to make it all happen. If the county was doing it, they would want us to sign an agreement saying that the mutual agreement on the project, that we're doing this because they're gonna do that for us. Do we need to do something like that?
Well, that's what this really is.
Okay.
That's why I don't want to do the fire until we get this agreement, because what good is the fire if we don't have this agreement?
That's correct.
There is advantages without this, but I want And the reasons why he's a little picky about us is he wants it secure because he doesn't want the county infiltrated through us. And that's why I want them, is because I don't want us to be infiltrated. So their security is why he's nitpicky, but that's a good thing in my view, is because we want security and we want this to work and we don't want it to go down. And that's exactly what he's after. And so I'm good with.
So I could ask IT made real, but I also like the idea of them coming out and speccing it themselves so that, you know, they can come up with a number that, and there's no surprises, right? So if IT made real missed a phone line or two, or, you know, I could see us having some inaccuracy and then that causing a delay potentially.
I don't think it will be, it's just that it'll be more expensive if we missed it.
Right.
So I don't think that's a concern, but he is kind of looking out for us, not to surprise us, so that, you know, we got this many, this is what it's gonna cost.
Right.
So.
Okay. So I don't know, I'm sure IT made real did the server room, I believe. Or maybe it was somebody else. I'll have to find out who did the upgrades over there, and they would know.
And I don't fully understand what the virtual, well, I mean, I get what virtual is, but what a virtual server is. Is that just like at a data center that we're using somebody else's server?
It could be, no, it's, it does depend on how people are using the term. A lot of times that would be like a cloud server, if it was like somewhere else being stored. But virtual server can also be like what we have set up for the Ponton, where they remote in and then they access it that way, and they have a virtual server built out for those Ponton access. So I think we have 4 of those. I don't know if Fire has any of those kinds of things.
So we have 4 Ponton-like things, or Ponton is 4 things?
Ponton, I think we have 4 virtual servers, but then they do the cloud backup too. So I just need to figure out that, and then what we have here, I think what we established was we wanted everything to stay internal. And so I know we have, I don't know how many we have back there. I think we have 1, and we got 1 big one because we wanted to back up here only. I don't think we have anything going on the cloud at all.
So when I was at the county, and things I'm sure have changed then, but they had to have storage in multiple places. I mean, they just had to.
I think
And
your
one-
laptop backs up to our storage here only.
See, I'm not worried about this, but I'm worried about fiscal officer stuff. Where's yours backed up? Do you still put it on disks?
Our flash drive,
Mhm.
because I don't think this is hooked up to anything in there.
I don't think yours is.
And I think that's purposeful.
Yeah.
And do
We
you
used
have,
to have the server thing in the zoning office, and then that blew up, and then they've got whatever they've got back here, and I don't know what they have.
so do you keep disks in 2 places?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need to know the 2 places, but there are 2 places.
Okay. So I'll follow with IT Negro.
So, that is currently what we're waiting on. And, Steve gave the information to Eric. Eric is writing the agreement.
Okay.
Eric hosts that.
What do you need from us?
Nothing, but it was an update because I thought it was.
You need something from me.
Well, yes.
I will get with IT Negro and get those numbers.
And do you want to give that directly to Steve, or do you want to convey it to me and I'll give it to Steve? I don't care either way.
What's Steve's?
I can give it to you offline. I don't want to go it.
Okay.
You're wanting his phone number, right?
No, email.
Oh, okay. I got that too. But that's easy. It's just, that's what was,
Delaware.
that code.delaware.go.us.
Okay. Got everything?
Yes.
Okay, evergreen trees and evergreen sign donations. I'd like to move both of those to March, first meeting in March.
Whoa, those trees I thought were going in January. The trees were going in January. You said.
Yeah, they're on the agenda and we're trying to,
No, I thought you said the crew could get them in January once spending started again.
they could get them, but they are still working with the forester, from the park people. But we're not far from being able to do them.
I don't want to move it so far out to March though.
That would just be a status in March, is all I'm saying, as far as this agenda goes. We're gonna keep going back there.
Yeah, I want to make sure that gets in because I really, I want to keep it on there till we get the project completed for that. I mean, we can move it to maybe mid-February if you think it'll be done by then.
That will work, that's
Okay.
one meeting earlier.
Okay.
And then the same thing with the signs, do the same thing, tell you where we're at.
Right.
Family plot considerations at Evergreen, I think we talked about some of those.
Yeah, you'll work on some of those rules,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll keep that driving.
Okay, property behind Cheshire Market violations.
I will have an update on that tomorrow. I think I mentioned, I did mention that the truck from Evergreen Market itself was moved, and we did have, there were conversations between respective councils related to the violations, so,
And we got everything we need from Jake on that.
yes,
Okay, so that's, he's clear.
yes.
Okay.
So does that stay on?
We can take that off, because Jake has provided everything that he can at this time, to my knowledge. We can take that off, but we may need to bring it back if the conversations and board action is required.
Okay. Anything we need to do on
Not right now.
Okay.
No, actually.
jet updates?
Okay, so, so we had discussed last meeting about chatting with Albers and Albers and what our different options were related to the JED tip. And I think that you saw their reply, and they are of the position that because the ravines at Meadow Ridge were not parcels that were identified, they were explicitly left out of the final map that was approved in the Berlin Business Park Agreement, that they are in no way needing to be compelled to be in the JED to receive any of the incentives or updates from the county.
So did you confirm the map?
And I did confirm the second map, yes. The map that actually,
Was approved.
yes. The second time. So, there's that aspect of it. And then with respect to the township TIF, I did reach out to the county auditor who did not have record of it. And then our discussion previously with, Reinhardt Legal Services following up. I don't believe that Mr. Reinhardt was aware that there was any application of some sort to follow up with, so, he will do that. We've allocated those funds for that. And so that's where we're at with the TIF on the North Point residential hotel property. And then the JED agreement, they are aware of the, yes.
The TIF also includes the evergreens, not evergreens, the greenery.
Okay. I wasn't following up with the greenery. I'm talking about the JED updates.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking about the Chris Reinhardt in regards to the TIFs.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm not following up with, I wasn't following up with Chris about, anything related to greenery, just the TIFs.
Yes, but the TIFs includes the greenery.
TIFs include a lot of parcels.
Yes, but that, I thought you were addressing in regards to, because or not, there would be funding available for the multi-use path. That's what I was thinking would fund.
Yeah, but, okay, so I'm still over on North Point Ravines, so, and we can go there, but the TIF does not apply, to be clear, the TIF does not apply to the ravines at Meadowbridge, right?
Understood.
And then the North Point, it should apply to, but Delaware County doesn't have record of it, so Chris is following up with that. And then the JED, they are needing to participate in the JED to get the incentives for North Point. But they do not need to participate in the JED to get incentives from the county with respect to ravines.
And they don't have to get the JED in order for, because of the TIF, because the TIF is not
Correct.
benefiting. Well, I mean, it is benefiting them, but they aren't receiving the funds.
Yeah, correct. So I just want to make sure the boards understand where we're at with that. Okay. The greenery. So with respect to the TIFs, we do know that the greenery was explicitly included within the township TIF. I think that we were calling it the West TIF at that time because we included a number of different parcels. And again, no record of that in Delaware County auditors, so that is part of what Chris is following up.
Now, unrelated, but sort of related. The Buckeye Swim Club also needs to be applied because they are working towards another TIF, and I don't want them to be spending a lot of time if they can't get it. I don't want to cause them to spend their wheels for no reason.
Yeah, so Buckeye Swim Club TIF, Greenery TIF, North Point TIF, right?
Although the TIFs have different names, like, yes, understood. I just want people who are watching to realize that.
And how about the TIF filing? The making an application?
Yes.
So I'm gonna follow up with Chris on that, yeah. Okay, fantastic.
So are you feeling frustrated or pleased, or what is your emotion regarding the JED?
Progress is a good thing. So it sounds like some good conversations are being had. I don't think anything has been shared with the exception of ravines being excluded from the map. That was news to me. And I would like to get clarity from Metro directly on the matter of North Point sooner than later, because I think part of their lack of communication is involved because they also are considering annexing the Sunbury. And so that part, we haven't really been responding or engaging in conversations, but overall, on the right track.
But it does sound like they understand that even if they annex, they have to do the
JED to get
JED
the
in order to
incentives.
get, yes,
It does sound like that.
that they understand.
And Sean said that that was a theoretical possibility.
That they do both.
Yeah.
Or that they don't get the incentives on the annex.
Right.
But regardless, we'll get the TIF.
Yeah, I think everyone is on the same page now with what the options are and where we're at. So in that way, that's good.
And the developer can choose, I mean,
Yeah, right.
there you go.
Right.
Just as long as he's got an informed decision, that's what's important.
Yeah. Well, and the one thing that I would like to perhaps alter in some way or affect is, you know, who approves what when. So
Mhm.
I would like something to be done related to, before you go and get the incentives and initiate this, you need to really settle up with the
Right.
JED, and then,
Right.
so,
It's almost like you need a Gantt chart.
yeah. Because they said, well, the TIF doesn't trigger the, you know, I'm like, the JED is what should trigger everything. Because everything comes under the condition of the JED. So they get in the JED and then they go for these other things. But we'll get there. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Parks and Trails update.
Yes, we have a meeting this week. Unfortunately, the application was denied for Safe Route to Schools that we had applied for. And it was because of, it sounded like it was primarily because of my letter of recommendation that input the conditions, being that it needed to be out of the right of way. And that Olentangy needed to maintain the path. It sounded like there was perhaps confusion from the coordinator, who didn't understand how it could possibly be out of the right of way and took it as maybe the township not being favorable or wanting it. So I'm gonna follow up with them because we are gonna submit the application again for next year and just kind of clarify the way that every one of our multi-use paths works in the township. And really what we were looking for was for the school's commitment to maintaining the path that's on their property.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
I don't know.
And if we could get Olentangy to put in writing that they agreed to that, maybe that would mitigate their concerns.
Perhaps, yes. And Olentangy was very supportive of this effort as well. So I think probably we'll just have to loop back around and have more time to get the different items. This was the first time we had applied for anything outside of the Morpsey technical assistance.
And it might be good to get an intergovernmental agreement because really you're talking about Orange Grove and Olentangy.
Well, for Shanahan, that would definitely be the case. This one was for the path to the peanut.
Yeah, and that would be an intergovernmental agreement too.
Yeah, between Olentangy and us, not Orange.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, application was denied this time around, but we'll try to address those concerns on the next round of applications. And then in the meeting on Wednesday too, we're gonna go through the report recommendations, and then I'll have something to share it back out to you all for the report soon.
And is the grant every 12 months?
Yes, so it'll be next, yeah. Okay, that's it.
Deed restrictions for Pyatt Road.
We received the sign, did you see this? We received the signed, contract thing. I don't know, I never heard back from Tony on,
The shop.
yeah.
So we need to find that out.
Yeah, I'll follow up with Tony on that, but we did receive the signed copy.
And to make sure that he can assure us that we are then a party to the deed restriction for enforceability.
Yep, got it. Yep.
Okay. Snow pump mutual aid agreement, I got no update on that.
Is it dead in the water or is it
possibly?
No, it's just, I don't have an update. What
Okay.
they were looking at is rates and some of that sort of stuff, and one of the townships wants to drop out.
Well, that's
See where
fine.
it goes, yeah.
Thank you.
Right now, if we had a problem, the townships would work together, one way or the other. Township administrator,
Just a quick update on that. I spoke to the township administrator in Orange, who has some different places for connections to share out our posting. I do think that we should probably post to, when we did, where was it? What was it called? Claudia, we posted for the zoning inspector. We did Indeed, and we did, it was like the Society of Planners or something like that. But I think if we don't receive any viable applications here in the next couple of weeks, that I'd like to bring forward to expand our recruitment efforts to those two places. Does that
I don't know if
sound-
there's a way to, if MPAs have a site, that might be
Mhm.
a thought.
Okay.
okay, anything else? Next item is future meetings. There's a meeting on District 17, OPWC. Can you go to that for me?
What's the date on that?
Because I won't be here.
Do you know the date?
I think it's February 14th, but I'm not.
February 14th, I'm available. If it is that date, I can.
Well,
And is it at
Jersey Township.
Jersey Township, basically Intel land?
Or,
Basically Intel land.
Mm,
yeah. You get a good look at where all the concrete and all the dirt's moving and all that stuff.
And how to get there might be, I may just take 161.
mhm.
That works very good. And, the other thing that works pretty good is, 37 to,
Well, but that's where you get bogged down, if you cut through
Johnstown.
Johnstown.
But if you go to Johnstown, don't go down 62, we'll go down the other road.
Because when I went there last time, I went by and saw Intel and it was all lit up. It was very impressive.
Do you have any other future meetings?
I don't have any other ones.
I have,
I have a Morrison meeting, but I'm gonna miss that.
I have Parks and Trails Wednesday, DCRPC Thursday, the 14th, Valentine's Day. Can't think of a better way to spend the evening than with the DCTA Legislative
Oh,
Committee.
that would be lovely.
And I think that's all.
Okay,
So do we need to remove Jacob from the list of,
Yeah.
because otherwise he's still the alternate even if he's not an employee?
Um,
Or is he
he
the
was the alternate.
first alternate and then second alternate?
Yeah, we don't have to pass a resolution to remove him as the alternate if he's vacating his position, right?
It's a different appointment,
Interesting.
because
Okay.
you can appoint somebody that's not. So I think we should.
Move to remove Jacob Bond as alternate one for Delaware County Regional Planning Commission, effective immediately, and maintain Trustee Ken O'Brien as the only and primary alternate.
okay. A second. Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rath.
Yes.
I was getting everything. Anything else?
Okay, it's actually.
Meeting wise?
I have one quick item, because I'll send an email to you all and just for an FYI. But the DCTA Legislative Committee, we are looking at the funding formula. I know you guys have been informed about the issues with the funding formula, but we're actually bringing forward very viable, good solutions. Have Trustee Ringel, who of course, as a CPA and attorney, thinking through options. Trustee Doug Price and Troy brought forward very viable options. And so I'm going to share the documents with you for the potential, what we hope will be eventually a resolution for our board to support the changes proposed to the funding formula. And I think it will be fair. I think it will be clear, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So I'll send you guys the documents, and then I'll probably add it to our meeting in late February or early March to really talk through and put forward to see if we want to support it as a board of the efforts that are being done there.
This is all great, and I'm not throwing rocks or anything, but where does the results of it go, of the legislative committee?
So we will present to the bigger DCTA committee, the solutions, and then what we'll do with the results in terms of once we have the solution that we want to put forward and have township support and potentially other municipalities may support it, who knows? But, and we'll gather those resolutions, and then the goal is to present it to the county commissioners and have them engage with it and be intentional about getting the funding in a fair spot for folks.
I'm just thinking that it needs to probably get to the Ohio legislature somehow. And
Yeah, so it's two pronged. The one is solving the funding as it exists today in Delaware County. And to make that fair. The other issue and the long-term issue is state legislature, and the way that it's written is you can follow that formula, or commissioners can come up with their own kind of formula, and that's the way it's been working since 1993.
Yes, but isn't the problem that Delaware City has a veto?
Yes, that's a challenge. That is a challenge, but under the proposed solution, we're working through some different items related to that challenge.
Good.
Yeah. I wish I could share more, but we don't know exactly where we're
Sure.
gonna land, but
But at least you understand the issue. and
we
working
do,
it.
we understand the issue, there, and then there's a couple other issues too. For example, Preservation Parks gets money right off the top. And as I understand it, that's because it came from a time when Preservation Parks didn't have the levies that they have now. And so they're getting the money that normally would have been allocated because they didn't have it. So the questions such as, why is that getting it off the top? How can we save? How can we make the funding tied more to the per capita to make it fair?
Yes. Because really, Orange, Genoa, and Liberty are really getting messed over. Really getting messed over. Because really, it's almost nothing to them.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Right. Well, so, and we propose basically that there'll be some kind of base. So no townships get less than what they had before, but then the distribution of the addition is per capita.
That makes total sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's simple, it's
Fair.
fair. We have, I also neglected to mention, fiscal officer in Liberty, Carr has been working on this and wants to do something from a fiscal officer perspective for support. And
Delaware's view of it will be because they will end up with less.
Significantly, because they're getting the lion's share of it, and why?
Well, I don't disagree, I understand that, but that's.
And they have the veto, that's why, is because they have the veto.
Yeah.
And you have to remember who was commissioners at the time that it was established.
So it's got to be figured out. And the other part of what I was coming from is the General Assembly's got a special committee they put together on taxing. And there's 5 representatives and 5 senators that are on the committee to look at the funding and how the taxes are generated, because too many people cry about the last property valuation and how much the taxes went up for everybody. And so the state legislature, and that's what I'm trying to say, is we need to feed into those kind of things.
Definitely.
And one of the members is Tracy Richardson from Union County. She's a representative, closest one that's around, that would be able to certainly meet and talk about it. So we may want to try to get some information and flowing into her so it gets into the committee, which goes back to the general assembly. But that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Because to make this stuff work, we've got to get the general assembly on board with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you know offhand when the next TCTA
They haven't come out with
as a
the
whole?
calendar yet. I think I think that should be forthcoming. I'll ask about it.
Because I thought it was tentatively planned fairly soon,
Yeah.
but I hadn't heard.
Yeah, I haven't heard either. I know our legislative committee is smoothly operating, and we have a chair and vice chair. So I can say when we're meeting every single month, second Wednesday of the month, and where we're meeting, and who's the recorder. But I can't say when TCTA is meeting.
Is that here? Is it here?
No, we're actually gonna rotate.
Okay.
They wanted to rotate, so we got the different, places booked, and we're very organized and moving along nicely.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any other future meetings?
No, I didn't have any other late items.
Late items, I got a couple, three. Jacob's membership in the OTA, and we have paid for him to go to the OTA meeting. So.
He didn't register though.
He didn't?
No.
We didn't pay?
No.
Okay, so that's good.
But do we need to do anything related to his membership for OTA now?
You can't move it. It's his for the year.
Yes.
Okay. You can cancel it, but you can't move it. The only ones that you can move are the trustees and fiscal officers.
Yeah. I think we should probably cancel it.
It's gonna be, it's already paid. It's paid for the year through June.
Yeah, but it's paid in the capacity of his work as a township employee, and he won't be one, so he shouldn't.
All he's gonna get some magazine.
Yeah.
And it comes here probably, so.
Pardon?
It probably comes here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna come through, but, however it's addressed, but it's not goes June to June, it's gonna go to the end of June 30th to June 30th is the way the registrations go. And so if we got somebody else we wanna put in it, we can do that, but we gotta buy another membership, whatever else.
That's fine, but I don't want him to have a membership in his capacity of a role he's no longer in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you let Connie know that?
Connie,
Skinner.
oh, yeah.
Because Connie will take his name off and get him removed from the distribution, and so it'll just stop. No refund or anything, but that'll just happen.
Good, should we have a motion on that? Do you want me to bring?
We don't need a motion, I don't think. Because he's not technically an employee.
We've got consensus, and we're not spending money, so I'm okay with it.
No, it's already spent.
Okay.
And there's no refunds involved. Okay, drainage of cemetery.
Here,
We haven't made any progress, but, it is a problem.
which one?
Third,
Okay,
or
yeah.
It's
It's on the list of problems.
I'm just bringing it up because we still are trying to figure out.
Well, I know that it's been a problem since forever, because Dad used to say, never take that cemetery because it's got a huge drainage issue. And we're talking all the way back into what, 60s or 70s. I also know when I was county commissioner that we did a ditch petition viewing, and we walked through there. And it's,
Yeah, we did the ditch petition, the ditch got put in, and the ditch is going right alongside, and actually it's drainage and stuff that's coming off of north of, Peaceville Road, going across, Connor Lane and down the side and all that sort of stuff. When it was all one piece of property, we had access to that ditch. We don't have access to that ditch anymore.
well,
And that's the part that we're trying to alleviate.
well, I don't know that that's completely true, because when you have a ditch go through your property, if we're paying on that ditch petition, then we have access to it. Now, we may have to do certain things to access it, but we have, now, if we're not paying, we don't have anything. Do you know if we pay on that ditch?
For Evergreen? We'll take a look at it.
I have the bills back there, but I know we have.
It might be easier if you just wanted to call soil and water.
Yeah, we will call them. We're working with Soil and Water. Turns out that there's a drainage tile that's about where the roads cross. In the back, behind where the mausoleum should have been. There's a place there, and water actually falls out of the ground. When you dig a grave, the water doesn't fall out of the ground anymore, because it runs in the grave.
Yeah, so, there used to be an old, I believe, an old county petition there. An old county petition meant that it was underground, because it goes through our farm too. Not the same one, but
Sure.
it's a county, but it does not have the same rights to it. So when the old county, petition, drainage petition, failed, you had no recourse. I mean, it just doesn't work anymore. And there was an old county petition that went through that. And we saw the remnants of the broken
We'll
tiles.
talk with Soil and Water about that. We'll get some information. Thank you. That's something we weren't up to speed on. But we're gonna try to work with the Muslims and figure out a way to be able to get across the property there and get a drainage going through. Maybe as simple as a swale, but right now there's a tile that's waters. And what happens is you got this whole field of tile in there, and when you dig a grave, it just all goes to the grave.
Yep, understood. So, but again, there are certain rights to that ditch, and they should know it, obviously.
Yeah, they'll know. Okay, and another question. This is a question more than anything. Do we have a way to do a camera for snow outside that you could access through the internet?
What do you mean?
Well, what Jesse would like to be able to do is get on his computer or his phone, be able to look out the window and look out the camera and see what snow is here.
Oh.
He lives a little bit farther away, but we don't have a camera for that. We got cameras at the end of the building. They're looking at the building, they're not looking at the parking lot.
I
No,
thought
they're
that,
looking at the parking lot. They're looking at the parking lot.
Is there one looking at the parking lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have,
Could you get us,
one looking this way.
could you get us how to access it?
You have access.
yeah, we have an
An
app.
app. You download it on your phone.
Okay,
I'll work with Jesse on that.
okay,
Is that
work with
what you-
Jesse and get it,
Okay.
just so that he can get on, because
Now, wait, hold on. I didn't think we were giving access to anybody but us four.
Is there a way that he can have access to the outside cameras and not the inside cameras?
We don't have inside cameras. You guys were very adamant, no inside cameras.
Okay, I thought we have, two in the bay of the fire department.
No, we have, I don't know exactly about the fire, but we have him looking down on the outside, down to both doors.
I
Fire.
think that,
Do you have one, and did you get one in the
I thought
bay?
there were two in the bay,
Okay.
not in the living quarters, but in the,
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think that sounds right. But here, there are no inside cameras.
so, I don't know really the bay matters that much, but.
Give me the same information, because I'll put the app on my phone.
Okay.
If it's quick, you can do it in a little bit.
No, it's not quick.
Yeah,
He had to come out, I think you have it on your phone.
I thought you did have it on your phone.
Because he had to come out and he downloaded it and he entered you had to, it's very, very secure. He had to do some different things on our phones to get it on there.
I don't think I gave him my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have him work with you.
Okay.
And then, but the question is do we want Jesse to have access?
Well, and what it is he lives far enough away, Jeff lives far enough away that we can't get a good reading on what the snow is here. We were just looking for a way to be able to look. I was gonna try to work with Old Tangent, see if they have parking lots at the schools too, because they may have that. I know some schools have cameras where you can look at the parking lots, see what's going on.
So I would say Jesse only as road superintendent.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
and
okay
What
with
are your thoughts on that?
what-
That's just my thoughts. What are your thoughts? Do you think
my
he should have
thought is
access?
Jesse should have it, and it should be there for him to use. It's just something that would be valuable to us when we put it
And
down.
we'll check. I think, well, so two things then on this. I'm pretty sure we can delineate access here and access at fire, so we could give him only access to township.
Mhm.
You wanna do that?
Right, that's fine.
Okay. And then I could also, if you wanted him to have access to fire, I could also ask the in and out question. But why don't we just say, see if he can have just access to the township cameras, then we'll just do that.
Okay, do we need a motion on that?
Yes, we should, so I think they explicitly did say it was like.
Make a motion that we provide Jesse Peden camera access to the township hall for the specific purpose of looking at the weather conditions and the parking lot. So moved.
Second,
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
yes?
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Okay, and we'll figure out how to do that. And that's all I've got for late items.
Okay, I don't have any. Do you have any, Trustee O'Brien?
No, thank you.
Okay, then I think it's time to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second. Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Now I'll remember what it was that I
And then here.
Hey, it's 10:13, we're in good shape.
I will see you all in a month. Doesn't mean I won't be here. Special meeting. Did we